SPZ. Yeah, yes, we have, and there were a lot of people, like 234, 35, maybe more. There were some people that I know that was there. My cousin was there. We had a lot of fun. But the reason why my voice sounds different is because since I never watched RuPaul's Drag Race, and I seen some people were like going out of their mind to scream at stuff, and I was like, okay, I'm just here to enjoy the show. But here's the thing. Sorry, I have no idea how am I gonna sound with my voice. So basically, we were forced to scream on the top of our lungs, because I'll tell you how it works in drag queen shows. What they say is like, the louder you are, the better we are, and I wanted them for them to have a good performance, so I scream, I cheer for them, and and since we were in the front row, we have to set the example. So thanks to my efforts, and maybe it was a pure coincidence, like my side of the stage was louder than the other one, like this. Okay, this side, are you ready to show? No, you can do better than that, more noise, blah 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 blah. So the next morning, but even after the show was over, my voice was hoarse. So yeah, I might cough more than usual, because I'm still recuperating. I thought it was like enough for me to stream, since I didn't talk much. But for I haven't tried all the voices. It's just gonna be funny. So basically, sorry about that. I think we're gonna make it. Like, I wanted to stream, and it's gonna be funny if it's a mess. But I got everything rather ready. I got my drink on. I got my chips on. If I have to do a Gregson, I'm gonna be eating chips while he eats fish and chips. Even though I'm eating crisps, it's gonna be funny. And before we begin, there was a new ghost follower called Judge Judy Slayer. Thank you for the follow, but for some reason you don't appear as one of my followers, so I don't know what's the deal about it. And I have a timestamp, but I don't have a day stamp, so this is weird. Anyway. So, before we begin, also, I just wanted to check. No, not that. Since we were introduced to Iris Wilson, let's bring you her shit. So, she has some voice samples here in the voice recital section.
Objection!
And for some reason, she has an objection quote, which is alarming for me, because is she gonna be a lawyer? Is she gonna be a prosecutor? Is she gonna be on our team? We don't know, but the fact that she can say
objection
means that she has enough importance and enough smarts for her to be messing with court.
It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson.
Oh. A follow bot. Well. There you go.
The tea's brewed, and I have some freshly baked biscuits as well. Look! I used this! It's my latest invention! Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular!
That's the thing we just saw when we last played.
Iris Wilson is... Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Oh, what the Susie has been feeding her. Anyway, and to finish with the introduction, let's go to the portraits. I believe that, yeah, Iris Wilson was the last of the yeah, Iris Wilson was the last of the characters to have art galleries. We haven't seen her yet, so we're gonna get through them right away. So, hello, I'm Kazuya Nuri, art director and character designer for the game. Let me show you some of the character design and scene setting artwork produced during the development of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Here we have Iris Wilson, whose character was developed on the basic idea of a child genius. No shit. Iris brings together a number of rather eccentric elements of the game world in a subtle and controlled way. Well, she's not the only one to bring a number of her eccentric elements. I mean, pretty much every character, every supporting character in the Phoenix Wright franchise does that. At first glance, her hair appears to be tied up in a cute style that combines elements of ribbons, bows, and hearts. But in fact, her fringe follows a golden spiral, a logarithmic curve based on the golden ratio. A golden spiral. So a number of secret mathematical curiosity has been deliberately hidden in this young child's genius innocent appearance. Wait, what appears to be ribbons of hair tied in a bow from the front are revealed from behind to be a Mobius strip, a type of surface with interesting topological properties signifying Iris's infinite possibilities. So she managed to tie her hair in a Mobius strip. Like, it's like an infinity or a knot, but it's turned on one side. Like it's flipping. It's usually you take a piece of paper and then you turn it on one end and then you plugged it together to make an infinity loop. But it goes on one side and then it twists on the other, and like it has no end. So it's a Mobius strip. She has a Mobius strip on the back of her head, not just the infinity loop that would like a golden spiral. It's the curve based on the golden ratio. I don't know enough math to pay attention to that or to know the difference. But anyway, I decided to make use of a flower plant motif in Iris's character design. Yeah, I noticed. And then we see design for all her guns. So the first one is the one she always carries. The second one is the one that Gina Lestrade had when she was causing mayhem in the court with the smoking grenade launcher, and then we have the bazooka, which is it looks small from the front, but it's like it's made to be carried by a small person, so it looks kind of big when carried. When carried from a child. That was partly inspired by a long history that the use of herbs and plants aromas as in Britain, but also because of the idea of blending herbal tea fits naturally with Sholmes' chemistry-based investigative techniques. The goggles, gun, and knapsack are a set that matches Sholmes' accoutrement. Yeah, it's true, she has a knapsack shaped like a bear for some reason. The goggles in particular were part of the initial design and always intended not just to be a cute addition, but to lend a dubious air to Iris's appearance, to make people think there's more to her than meets the eye. Iris's and Sholmes' inventions are, as a rule, far more advanced than the science and technology of the era in which the game is set. It's called steampunk. The thermos flask would have been considered a magical bottle at the time, but in the game's late Victorian setting, Iris and Sholmes have already developed one and make use of it in their everyday lives. So yeah, she made a steampunk thermos flask to keep and there's a magnifying glass shaped like a heart, and then they have some charms, some dolls you know the you put them on the. It's like, you know those cell phone charms or backpack charms that girls wear when they're young, like in fashion. Theoretically advanced, the appearance of their invention follows the typical style of the era. Iris carries a gun she's developed like the Aroma 1 in her knapsack. Oh wait, the guns have names. So this is the Aroma 1, Gina's gun is Aroma 2, and the bazooka is the Aroma 3. So they're grenade launchers based from not herbal herbs, or aromatic herbs. Okay, so the grenades, the smoke bombs are made from herbal aromas, like the color. The color has a fragrance. Okay, so here we have those are the felt doll charms that Iris has attached to a knapsack. They're a bear and a hare based on Iris and Sholmes, and they were originally going to be very instrumental in the story and be shown in a lot of close-up details. Alright, so yeah, they're like a cute, animalistic way of drawing Iris and Sholmes, like a cute, small, pink bear represents Iris, while the tall blue rabbit represents Sholmes, and they're wearing their clothes. Like there's a little black dress for teddy bear Iris, and a detective like typical hunter suit for the blue rabbit. I gave a great deal of thought to their construction whilst trying to make them as fun as possible. They are a particular favorite of mine. Yeah, I think they appeared in When We Play a Movies. They're like those little animalistic figures, like are part of the little mascots from the game. Like they appeared when we play a movie or in the credits or something like that. They're not mentioned, but they're just there to see, oh look how cute they are. And this is an illustration from a time when I had Iris in a hat and for out and about clothing. At this stage her character hasn't been finalized, so I drew her older. Then in the final game it was more lady-like hair. I think I kinda like her. Like, yeah, in that design, she looks kind of like Enola Holmes from the Netflix movie, but she's like 12 or 13, which is closer to Millie Bobby Brown's age when she was playing 11 at Stranger Things. Now she's too old for that role. But yeah, we have like Iris is nice with the hat and goggles. And another one which features her with no goggles but with a pilot's hat. And these sketches were done when I was exploring some elements of a magical girl to incorporate into Iris' character design as a way of giving her more punch. She has more brighter look than in the previous illustration. Okay, so basically that's the art director wanted to give the genius child's magical girl properties, and I don't know what I feel about that. Like, I know where he's going for with that, because he given them pink or lilac hair, but I don't like that. Maybe in Japan maybe in Japan it's waifu material, but I'm not impressed. So this is an illustration I drew when Iris was almost complete. It contains all of the key elements that make up her design. Though her face is a little more mature than in the final cut. Yeah, she looks kind of older, like 11 or 12. And she has the same haircut, a different color hair, and the Mobius strip isn't there yet. But she has nice gloves. She has a nice big leather gloves, and we see that the knapsack is on her hip instead on her lower back. But yeah, the charms are there, the bear and the hare. But yeah, the bear is bigger and is blue and the hare is pink. So in the end I gave her a slightly brighter and more bubbly expression and included some additional ladylike touches to produce the young Miss Wilson you all know from the game. Okay. So I have no idea how the voice are gonna sound like with my hoarse voice. So let's dive in back into the adventure of the Hidden Kokoro, which is chapter 4 of Phoenix Wright. Now the judge says, the trial will continue!
Objection!
Now we see Von Zieks drinking from his chalice. The cup is full, and he breaks it in his finger. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my aloe chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Von Zieks! Okay, I need to work on my British accent with my hoarse voice. Oi! Lord Von Zieks! It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet, we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Whoop-a. Eh? Whatever you mean!
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. Alright, I need to dive back into the case. So, the victim is in a coma. She's not dead yet. Her name is Olivia Green. She has a stab. She has a knife in her back, but there's no blood. There's 3 books on the side of the road that we have no idea their titles. But since Soseki Natsume was like the only one around in the scene of the crime, and they say there he is because those books were lent from a second-hand thrift store. But this one is called Your Book. You couldn't go to the other one. Which was it? Let's go back. I can see the whole story from before, only as far as this one. Or the Art of Hearing, juror number 6. The person in the green overcoat, the saw collapse. Okay, so Calabash Road. Yeah. So now they're only so they're talking about. So yeah, the point of them not meeting Your Book was out of the question because like there was like 2 points that were contradictory. The first one is like the path that he took and the person that he saw, and the person that he saw was actually not the victim but actually juror number 6, who was the same shape as the victim and wearing a green overcoat as well. So now they're arguing to themselves. Is it a crime to read the latest styles? Okay. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you have excavated, sir. That's right! Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly 2pence for it. I forgot his voice. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Oh, well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue now.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? Oh, that's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Oh, he says that he can jump that? Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have the hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolks back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he can spring over a 2-yard trench in his meandering around town. Ah! Number 4. Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Ugh, crushed in a single sentence. And, old man... Cool, man! You can talk! You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say that I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it as this old man that the accused saw. You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Arg, rubble. Oda, Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord? If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Take off his cape. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord! The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses?
Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident.
Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less.
I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
Alright. No matter what, who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Oh, that's an interesting pair. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Alright, so now we have a police officer who seems to be snoozing on the job. He's wearing like he's like a Scotland Yard official, like he has the bucket helmet And this one is bumped. He has some patches. He's wearing a very long pink and purple scarf. Next we have a beautiful girl. She reminds me of Candy. She's wearing patch clothes, a patch ribbon, and the same model of pink and purple scarf. It's like I don't know if they're related. They have the same color of hair. I cannot see the eye on the policeman because they're closed, but he has very big eyelashes, as big as the girls, and she has a starry eye. Oh, I know, Regina Berry. She has the same eyes as Regina Berry, like starry eyes, and she has very long and curly blonde hair. So I don't know if they're related or if they're a couple, but yeah. She tugs on the scarf.
Oi! Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir.
Yeah, sorry about if I cannot make a good British accent because of my throat. I wanted to go for Liverpool because he gives me a big, he has a bold haircut like the Beatles, and he gives me a big Liverpool vibe. But I cannot do a good Liverpool accent with my voice. Sorry about that. So yeah, she was yanking on the scarf to wake him up. And it looks like a very, very big scarf, like the fourth Doctor in Doctor Who. So his name is Rolly Beat, and then he's back to sleep. Da.
And I'm Mrs. B. Patricia's my name, and I'm proud to say this young Town Zero's wife.
Oh, so they're married. Patricia Beat. Rolly Beat. She could have been Polly. I would have named her Polly, not Patricia. Rolly Beat and Polly Beat. Right now I'm drinking orange juice. Maybe that will suit my voice better. I feel it's starting already. What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we're not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
Rolly ... No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Well, whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? Oh, I'm sure I've heard that before, actually.
Indeed, apart from the rare days off, our gallant officer trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights.
There are a number of items that on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all.
Yeah, like collecting taxes. Or I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I would have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that the policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crime on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. Rolly ... And he's munching on the strap of his helmet bucket. And the man of slumber, reading from a scroll. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct? Mr. and Mrs. Beat.
That's right, sir! Isn't it, Rolly?
Rolly ...
Oh, salute! Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir.
What a great witness he's going to be.
Very good. I would like to hear your formal testimony now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir. And he falls asleep. Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw.
It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us.
And then her eyes sparkles.
All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely the Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Exclamation mark.
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you establish in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's dead now, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place.
What an unfortunate chancing. And on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Number 1, 2, 3, exclamation mark. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. To 4, 5, and 6. Except that the man's so tired, his wife had to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Cross-examination.
It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time for change after work.
Hold it! No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can do the job, can you?
I think Rolly look ever so handsome in his uniform. He sets you down to ground, doesn't it, darling?
Yanks the scarf.
Oh! What? Oh, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he really talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, That doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal and you had finished your beat for the day, correct?
Oh, that's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. Boy, policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. Oh, what's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. Because the noble founding principles of the force written on it is as a reminder to all of us policemen of our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir! And for such noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss B not being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh no, he grabs by the waist to get it close to her and then she swoons. Ah! And they're glowing. Oh, is it we don't see much of his eyes, but his eyes are glowing and sparkling as much as her own. So like this is new relationship energy right there, folks. Mrs. Beat. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly!
Oh, and now she does a little swing. And then he grabs both of her hands and then they're hugging their cheeks. So like, she twirls around and they were like dancing.
Oh, what a charming couple! Their young love is such a joy to behold!
If a little over the top, perhaps.
And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Anyway, two silhouettes appear out of the fog on the pavement in front of us.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes?
That's right, they were coming towards us, forking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man.
Oh, let me guess. The plum figure must be juror number 6.
That does exactly...
Oh, no, it's the victim.
That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Matsume.
Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at the time... And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Is that right, my darling?
Yanks on the scarf.
Huh? Oh. What? Oh, yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is a dead straight and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street light as well. I didn't see any other pedestrian.
Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir! As a copper who spent all this day, every day, keeping watch on the street, I'd swear to it, sir! I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly!
Now they're doing like the twirl and they grab the both hands and then they squeeze and they squish. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem it's like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly.
Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moment that followed?
Oh, all of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off.
Hold it!
Scattered something? What do you mean by that?
Oh well, I couldn't quite make it out that it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Did we, darling?
Yanks the scarf, then he wakes up.
What? Oh yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The culprit has dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed. There's clearly pictures in this photographic print.
That random Japanese man did what he did what he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
But we saw him. It was the man in the dark without question, sir.
And then he keeled over and almost fell asleep. And then he's rocking. Nom, nom, nom.
The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose,
Everything! Any more insults you want to draw in?
That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
Oh, I see. This is tough. It seems as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir.
We ran straight over it, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yanks the scarf. I have a feeling the way the angle the scarves fell, it's like they're sharing one scarf. Like it is a very, 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 very long scarf. Like 6 yards long. And they're sharing it. Like they're tied together on the same scarf, two ends of the.
What? Oh, yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beats to go. I was off duty at that point. But the Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stand guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. B. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
Well, that's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Well, it depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under, so she could go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than the young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of 2 model citizens.
Oh, please. You're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Wake up!
Oh. Yes, sir! What Patricia said, sir. Oh.
Let's move on, shall we?
It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Hold it!
But surely you would have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? Yanks.
We absolutely could!
Yeah, she yanks left and right, and the Rolly is he's being shaking like a rag doll, like he's so soft and limpy, like whoa.
Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
The light of the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yes. And what of the fog?
We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is, and when it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
No, will not. Okay, fine. There. The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can't tell you for sure it's certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can we, darling? Wake up!
Yes, it was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the dark mouth, the snob.
Unmistakable, sir! As far as this couple testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, to admit, on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. B saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene of Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this ceremony.
Oh no! Then what do we do?
If Kazuma-sama was here,
What are we trying to say?
I think we should try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean, somewhere else?
Their statement about saying Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question will help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appear to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them to make the jury doubt the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Oh, right.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in this statement somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Oh, why do I always seem to be so up against it?
Mr. Lawyer, sir? Can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that all right? Is it? Well, out with it.
Now she's behind Rolly, and then she grabs his wrist make him raise his fists, and then she makes him mimic a punching move, like he's gonna...
My man is gonna fight you even though he's sleeping! Da! Da! Jab! Jab!
So there it is. What? No. Oh no, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw! I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know! What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could! Every single one!
Yes! That's gonna be where the contradiction is. Because we have the name of the books right here. The picture of Mr. Lecoq, a meal for Gaborio, and contemporary yearnings.
And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is!
Shaking about. Oh.
That will do, Miss B.
No, it won't do at all! Yeah!
Ooh.
That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of!
Behind the punch.
Jab, jab! If I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will!
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fists down.
Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beats. Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? So I could even tell you the name of the 4 books he dropped at the scene.
Hold it!
4? Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question.
After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime.
Well, Miss Bates, seeing as you regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the book you observe at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now, you're listening? There was The Picture of Mr. Somebody or Other, and What's It Yearnings? And there was A Meal for Someone, and the last was The Tingummy Something. You see?
Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it, with air quotes.
Well, what did I tell you? What did I tell you, huh? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Yang, wake up!
Oh, I got my gun out ready. Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to.
Alright, he has his gun at the ready. I thought the British policemen don't have guns. Alright, put it back and then back to sleep. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. Alright, so that was the last statement. This we already read. I press before I realized that the contradiction was not on the titles, but on the number of books. So now I'm gonna have to go back and then select the right testimony. There. Then we're gonna present the receipt.
Objection!
So you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's at Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and the Ting Gummy something.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Bates. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no, what? What flaw?
Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books.
Your books?
Yes, and it's detailed Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3? But no, that can't be! I remember seeing them! I remember 4! There are 4 books, I tell you! 4 dirty old books! Punch, jab, jab!
Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books.
But I just don't believe it!
Yank.
I saw them there! I swear it, I saw them!
No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw,
You could very well be mistaken. Oh no!
Oh no!
then he fell, that Rolly fell asleep. Okay,
Objection!
here we have, okay. From the back, we can see that Patricia has patches on her skirt, and we can see very well that they were linked by the same scarf.
Objection. It's plainly evident
That it is your power of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? Of course, what cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene, he said the prosecutor while pouring red wine on his golden chalice. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Oh!
So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair?
He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about?
It's quite simple. Let me explain.
With a toast!
To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony, in every respect.
Oh!
You see, the matter is not up for debate. As the scene in Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? It shows only 3 books.
Let me guess, you're gonna say that the 4th one is hidden from the picture by her. Like the...
Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print.
That print? You mean to say? Throws his glass at the chandelier, the candelabra. Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hands. The lion's pride. She's holding the lion's pride on her hand. So there were 4 books, 3 purchased by Natsume and 1 that she had. Wait. Lion's Pride. We were reading it. So it was already one. I remember Natsume owning a copy. Oh dear, but what's he doing in her hand? I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. Rubble. Hoda!
There, you see? Look at all! Look!
Yes.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yanked.
Yes, sir. Petrucio's always right, sir.
Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh yes, of course. The picture of Mr. Somebody or other.
The picture of Mr. Lecoq.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury yearnings.
A meal for someone?
A meal for Gaborio, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rudy? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Petruccio is flawless.
Oh, but there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown on this photographic print.
I'm sorry, Consul, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt?
It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photographic clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book.
I wonder, what became of that 4th book?
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officer at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence.
You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Consul.
My pleasure, my lord. And he does a good bow. The 2nd crime scene photograph has been entered to the court record. The 4th book has been entered into the court record. Having a look at them, the prosecution rests. And while the prosecution rests, I'll check the picture. The Lion's Pride. Let's see here. Did I overlook something else? The way it's drawn, it looks like there's supposed to be snow, but there's not. So it feels like the hand is partly absorbed by the road, like it was a cushion, like or a fluffy surface. A book entitled The Lion's Pride, discovering the victim's hand at the scene. Can I observe it? Yes. Oh, what's this? It's partially burned. Wait, The Lion's Pride! The Lion's Pride, I know where it is. This is one of the books that were in the what's the name, the Garib, the landlord, Mr. Natsume is landlord. The Lion's Pride. All right. So let's check the title.
Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride.
I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. So it would be something, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's trick. I think I've heard of a book of that name before, and very recently too.
It's the title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burned.
You're right. You've never been able to read it at this state, especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? The Ford book's information has been updated in the court record. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious, longer route of the accused lodging that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walk right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Oh? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their position. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Jury number 135, exclamation mark. You have heard all the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, real estate, think. What do you do now? Raise an objection?
Objection!
Oh, I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. Pressing his arm. The die has been cast. There is no room for debate anymore. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I can't think of what to say.
If I may, Lord Van Ziggs, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Jury 4 and 2, exclamation mark. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. And she kills. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinion invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo!
One of this land's great guiding principle is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Miss Susato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? what have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Sato da.
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. You believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
And then we have exclamation point from the number 1 and a question mark from number 6. Who was lending a ear, because I think he didn't hear that last part.
How was that?
Well, Mr. Naruto, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be a decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their learnings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take that opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yeah, I just noticed it. The burned book. The burned book. I'm gonna take another sip. I have to shake. When the orange juice have a weird taste because it's not well shaken enough. Yes, I understand. And thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Exclamation mark.
Very well.
I'm gonna say I'm not sure what they want us. I know it's about the burned book, but
The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked.
Take that!
the evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance have been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Arg!
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel. I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue.
Exclamation mark.
So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, my lord. It's,
Mr. Naruto, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track.
Yes. I think you might be right.
So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which this fourth book concealed?
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
Back? When do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp!
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? If it's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book? Well, there is just one possibility here, which I can quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry Thomas suffered?
The shop that sold it, its owner, its content. Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand and she fell to the floor after all. It's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious! How can you possibly?
Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defense response here is likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court who you claim the owner of this burned book.
Alright, so the owner is John Gary Deb.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Gary Deb, aka juror number 4. The landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence of some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Gary Deb herself.
Oh my goodness, me? Oh, I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Gary Deb's wife, I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Gary Deb's house?
I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
It is no mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Gary Deb's house.
Good Lord! What sort of incident, Counsel?
A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite. A book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride.
By Jove! The very same title that's the subject of this debate!
Oh dear me!
Objection!
This is reasonable.
all you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in the fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames.
Oh, how hopeful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly?
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. All of my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wolf started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming, 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious! Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No! A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb's household. But it's not conceivable that the window was open at the time and not even remotely. That's not to get the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Oh. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Okay, who said that? Yeah, Mrs. Garrideb. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward. Really? Claiming that our relatives and the whole neighborhood are alike, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging up an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's merely unforgivable. Juror number 1, too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this stupidity spouting all this fancy foreign theories? But, think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. Number 2, I do declare you're right. Number 3, it's true. Number 4, yes, what did I tell you? Number 5, makes sense to me. Number 6, sorry, what's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? In truth, my lord, while I pour this wine, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage.
No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been foot on the stand with the spurs planting on the desk. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. Dot dot dot. What? No forgive the discordancy this time.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decision regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now it's back to 6-0.
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
Oh, that's twice now. It's over.
Mr. Naruto, don't give up.
Miss Susato.
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
Oh, you're not suggesting.
Of course, the defense has the right to another submission examination at this point. You can still convince the jury to change their mind. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense has to exercise his right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? Sniffs the red wine. Oh, I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. There's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I'll have to stay strong and determined. To be continued. Would you like to save? Yes, I would. Save complete. Alright. And we're gonna continue, that's for sure. I'm gonna take another sip. Sorry. All right. Let's continue.
I've considered the defense counsel request for a further submission examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second submission examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
Judicial findings. The juror's contention. The accused left behind evidence of the scene, did he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman has throwing books, it can be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Dear me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago and give me the sneezes. Yes. Considerably more tangible argument from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course.
My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness' testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, throw his glass in the candelabra. No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime!
Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it seems as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means, I'm afraid, that during the submission examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What could we even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And here I was thinking this might be hard.
But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it! Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends.
No pressure then.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed to submission examination, please. I presume you're prepared, Counsel?
Oh yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke. Focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to this submission examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say, Mrs. Garideb.
We have a book that disappeared from the Garideb's house on the evening of the incident, and the fourth book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far. Whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garideb's and how she reacts even to things other people say.
Oh, there's gonna be a hint that, Okay. So, jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. The accused left behind evidence of the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. Alright, I need to recharge my controller.
Hold it!
But as we know now, there were 4 books, now 3. Well, what difference does it make? There is every possibility that the 4th book in fact belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So, it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? Or I suppose it is, and so I have nothing left to say. Nothing witty left to say.
Oh, if there was some novel alternative explanation about the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision you made.
Oh my, such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Oh, despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, would you say?
Not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite what a true microcosm, and I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, will you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd only be too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
Oh, I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you omitted rational here.
Yeah, even if the woman was throwing books, it can be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that window was open?
What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been.
How can you be so sure?
Well, the prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London's no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fires, staying warm, you see.
But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you?
I just wasn't. Wouldn't have opened it.
Then what's the point of it having windows, huh?
Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering.
Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. I have something that I'm gonna skip 4 for a moment. There's something number 6 said that I want to check. We had a fire at home a while ago and it gave me the sneezes.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry? What's that? You have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren make me a lovely cake on my birthday.
Oh, let me guess. That's the only moment when you open the window to cool it.
It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on the cake? Was it some kind of devil worship?
Of course not. It was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously. You don't do that in Japan?
Oh, it seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out. The candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Ah! There, you see, if there's a fire, you open the window to let out the smoke. That's what happened with Mr. Gary then. And that's when she threw the book, it fell off in the... We got her. We got that. It definitely sounds like devil worship to me. By the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. How did you catch a cold from a fire?
Oh, what a fiasco it was! The grandchildren, bless their hearts, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room was filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
The windows?
The boiling winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I got a terrible call for it. They put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. Okay.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it.
Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary.
Take your great today to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation.
Yes. Or I don't necessarily need to find contradiction between their assertion, just a connection might do the trick. Or see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike.
That's the spirit.
Alright, so now we're gonna go number 3, pit, against number 6.
Objection!
Yep. These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another.
They do? How exactly, Console?
Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me.
Huh? Was that you say? Speak up, lad, speak up.
Juror number 3, do you say?
Oh, me? See what, sir?
Did you hear juror number 6 account of his birthday celebration last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he won't open his window in the middle of winter.
Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from the fire, then you'd be mad not to open the...
Oh! ... Oh! Exactly! On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garrideb household, and Mr. Garrideb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my!
Oh, my hat!
You wanna say something? She's drinking tea at an alarming rate.
Excuse me!
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Slurp, slurp, slurp. Mrs. Garrideb! Oh, dearie me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase was caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. Juror number 4, ... And what if we did? Exclamation mark. Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerve to do otherwise. Yes, it's not good sport. Of course, I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruto. You've managed to establish that the window was open. You simply must have added to Mr. Garrideb's formal statement.
Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I clearly forgotten, but it's true.
Hold it!
I'm gonna press on number 4. The 4th book found at the scene of a crime show very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrideb told he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the door in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? ...
I did.
Exclamation mark.
It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you were right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I called you insolent little man, I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as you well know.
Or really don't?
I barely noticed it. I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
Wait, was that? You have something to say, jurors number 5?
Excuse me!
What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I remember what it was. That memory I'd blocked out. Oh. It was listening to what this granny was saying, brought it all flooding back. Ow.
Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Gary, Dad. Or the maid, I'll have you know.
Yeah, for some reason, she's smacking number 5. But the man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. I put my hands in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. It was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. Oh, you haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh. The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. Oh, I could hardly get the word out, but I told her straight, I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck onto the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep. No words, just terror. Oh, I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchet, hammers, you name it. So you're saying that she could have thrown a knife out the window and Olivia Green would have grabbed it by the back? That's why she fell, and Natsume just saw that and just dropped his books and fled?
Mr. Naruto, you mustn't think at all that women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing asshole object at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack?
Susato, take down! Hi-ya! Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could really be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later if I dare. A woman in a rage will hurl almost anything at you. The kitchen knife brought that home to me. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna put those two together, number 4 and number 5.
Objection!
Oh no, it's a mistake. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. It's not that they contradict each other, it's like they coincide with each other. But maybe not. That's not the way to go. Maybe I should have interrogated juror number 5 to see what else he had to say.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but as foreman of the jury, I have to object. That's complete nonsense. What? I'm a banker, don't forget, an educated man, and there's no contradiction as far as I can see.
Quite so, Mr. Foreman. I will not permit a whimsical attack against the good members of the jury council.
Yeah, I lost a life. There was nothing whimsical about it.
It's very important to listen carefully to every juror, Mr. Naruto. Then you can decide where the contradiction really lies, if there are any.
Okay.
Hold it!
Oh, your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? Oh, that's right. She was chopping meat with it. Had a tiny edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile when she threw it when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. It was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub? How strong is she, man? Is she Armstrong's sister from Fullmetal Alchemist? You know which I'm talking of, right? she's hella strong. Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not as so bad as she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought of by some clever lads who've been tossed into the taps a few too many times by their wives. I'm gonna take a sip.
Alright.
Okay, so... Well, that's a very interesting theory.
What a terrible thought.
On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use against the juror, except an alternative explanation here. Oh, fuck! I got the right idea, but I got the wrong jurist. Alright. It's this one. It's not with number 4. It's with number 2. Because it says if there is some novel alternative explanation about the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. There is a way, because a woman in rage will hurl almost anything at you. The kitchen knife brought that home to me.
Objection!
There you go. I got the right idea, but I picked the 2 jurors, the wrong combination of jurors. That's why. Those 2 statements clearly have a deeply significant connection.
Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be some sort of novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that for book, the lion's pride that was found at the scene of the crime originated in Mr. Gary Deb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book would have found its way from the Gary Deb's household to the street below. Yeah, was that now? After all, Mrs. Gary Deb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling that this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you English gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You gave us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? ...
I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Gary Deb's household, the scene of crime, was the jackknife.
Take that! ...
Juror number 4, Mrs. Gary Deb. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this, but I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Ah! Good Lord, counsel! What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man!
My lord, remember when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Gary Deb were in throes of an argument. Mrs. Gary Deb was hurling anything she could at her husband who had been backed up against the window. A window that has been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that book was found in the victim's grasp? Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street and landed neatly in her hand?
Even my business has got a name like that. Yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand, but that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end, not right now.
Oh my!
Mrs. Garridab, your answer please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Ooh, oh,
Oh!
and then she faints with a thud. A very big thud. My lord!
My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Not guilty.
Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but... Did it switch to white too? I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman! Juror number 5, ... I would have to agree. Not that I think the granny didn't mind. Yes, and you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. Switch to white. All together now, ladies and gents. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it's 2 to 4. Woo! We did it again.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, as a result of the defense summation examination, the number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue.
Robble. What happened to... Okay. I was wondering where we were, but we were at the defendant stands. Now we're back to our seat.
Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
Pour herself a glass and yet a third golden chalice. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Sniffing it. Oh, he's drinking it. Is he gonna crush it? No. Like a corked wine. The first few sips are bitter enough. And into the candelabra again. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zeek, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative position of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? Oh, what's this angle this time? It should already be more apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrideb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrideb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards.
Let me see. 15 yards? That's around 14 meters.
14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house travels some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. He does have a point, though. So basically what happened is that the book was thrown. Probably the girl wasn't there, but she stopped because she heard a thud, and then she looked at the book, and then she leaned to grab the book, and this is when the knife was plunged into her body. And then she fell with the book in her hand. So it's feasible. There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor lost the sound of his own voice.
Yes, I admit. I give him a voice that seems pleased to hear himself speak, and that's why I like making that. I don't regret giving him that kind of a voice. Mr. Zato.
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he!
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible.
Benzig ...
To that end, ... Juror number 4, Miss Joan Garridan, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Sakes alive! A cross-examination of a juror?
Yeah, if I had to name the jury, I would never have put Miss Garridan to the jury. She was too involved into the case to be even allowed to be juror.
Order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Oh, he grabs the bottle by 2 fingers and just flick his arm, and the bottle flings and fly. Like it's empty, and he just breaks it. And unnecessary.
Lord Van Zix!
Exclamation mark. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witnesses?
Rolly ... Half awake.
Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir.
Exclamation mark. Well. Good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they are so heroic, those London bobbies!
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rolly, my hero! You make me swoon!
Very well.
Very well! I hereby reject the defense request
Oh,
and order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir. But he wasn't listening. He was sleeping all the time. All right, witness testimony. Constable Beats report.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garridan. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garridebs are a top hinge casement.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. And then I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Well, this is quite startling. Top hinge casement windows.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Oh, yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little bit drowsy,
Yeah, that now he's pointing his two index together. He's pretty embarrassed of himself. He's a little bit shy. And oops. Like, it's kind of cute. You cannot excuse your sin with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir! I'm sorry, but, what exactly is a top hinge casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry.
Oh, I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's room.
Alright, I'll try.
So the windows opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top hinge casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see?
Okay. So, the way the window opens is like the bottom half of the window remains fixed, but then there's a hinge in the middle where the top part of the window separates from the bottom half, and there's a hinge, a top hinge, like they said, and then when they open it, it's only a small crack. So our theory would be impossible for Garrideb, for Mrs. Garrideb to throw a book for 15 yards. The worst that could have happened is like the book would hit the window by the angle and then slide and fall on the left side of Briar Road. But the crime happened on the right side, and then there's like 12 yards separating both of them. So yeah, it's impossible. I'm glad you rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No! You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is unless the window pane has been shattered. Something we discounted already. That can't be.
Did you see that, Ronnie? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how it crumbled before me.
Oh, Rowdy, you're so strong!
How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
No. My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation. Constable Beats report.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb. Leave me alone, Bobby is good for his word.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain?
A very good question, sir. And the answer is this! It has the noble founding principle of the force written on it as a reminder to all of us policemen of our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? Oh, I can't remember. I did.
But to patrol the street of London town and uphold the peace of the common man, it's what the job's all about.
And that is why I can't stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes immediately, sir!
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly!
Oh, of course I am, my darling Patricia.
Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly!
They do their little dance. Lover dance. Pad beat. Rolly beat, pad beat. Dot dot dot. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say it for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb?
Oh, I see,
Sir?
You should have said so earlier, sir.
Yeah, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then. Oh, absolutely, sir. I will answer to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes?
I'd very much like you and your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I only just arrived here.
So to that end, sir, I'll be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank you. I'll try. Constable Beats' warrant card has been entered into the court record. Oh, I want to read that. Oh, wait. You see, sir... Okay.
You see, sir, the windows of the top floor of the Garrideb's house are top hinge casement.
Hold it!
There. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Alright, so now I can check the warrant card. Principle of policing. Item number 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allowed beat. Item number 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Metropolitan Police Regulation. Item number 1. Any crime fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Oh, okay. Item number 2. When a crime is discovered on this beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Okay. So where was he during the investigation? Gregson was there, but I didn't see Rolly. Interesting. Yes, sir!
They're just here to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as to how much they open.
And therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where object would have fallen.
Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road.
Wouldn't that have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge casement thing over before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house is furnished with?
Oh, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
What?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Miss Bate?
Sorry?
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it happened on Rolly's beat. He was so close, you see.
Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, yeah, because he was on vacation. That was not his allowed beat. Because he was on vacation. Wait. Yeah. Just remember. Yeah, it was during his day off and he decided to do a good deed, but... fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. But the constable in charge of the beat they happened to walk on, even though that was
Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one.
oh, you mean one side of the road is on Rollies and the other side of Briar Road is on the other one. Oh shit. Oh shit. Some ideas are popping into my mind, but I need some proof.
Isn't that right, my love?
Constable Beat! Huh? Ooh. Oh. Yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrideb household yesterday. Their houses is on my beat, you see, sir.
That really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you're gonna clarify something. If the Garrideb's household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garrideb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
Oh, I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Raleigh for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruto. I'll take care of it immediately.
The case files information has been updated in the courtroom record. Pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beats' beat. The border on which runs down the middle of Briar Road. Oh, okay. Yes, like I said, the Briar Road is what separates both beats. So the other side, where the crime happened, is not on his beat. Wait. Yeah, it's outside the beat. Let me read the case file again. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. A leaf green, female, stout build, early 20s. Pavement of Briar Road on the east side. Victim remained unconscious. Her name was gleaned from a personal effect. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound to the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. Assailant was seen run away by the reporting officer. Sorry. It was successfully arrested the following day. Okay. Okay. Alright.
And now it's my turn, I think. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out in the window, we would have seen it.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun has gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky looking for a lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that would guide us to eternal happiness.
Can't it guide you to answer the question?
Or if a flaming book has flown across the sky in front of us, it will have lit up like a shooting star.
And it'd been a shooting. If I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least.
Of course, that was with the smog and everything, you couldn't actually see any stars.
In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground.
So we ran straight over to help her.
I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box in every beat.
So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me.
What? Oh, but...
Oh, Rolly!
Oh, please.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
Or was off duty at the time, of course, but the true Bobby is never really off duty, sir! I didn't take my eye off the question.
Sorry. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir! Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me.
This burned copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadev's household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Rolly?
Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to burn as well?
What happened to be burned? Even if it was possible, why would the victim have been grabbing a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Okay, now I can see better. From the picture, it's not the fact that this book was fading into the street like a cushion. Like this is how the artist drew the burned book. Because this is where the book was destroyed. I can even see the burn marks on the edge of the pages. Rolly ... Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hands from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir.
Is she gonna badmouth us again? Yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? Oh, I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. Jab, jab.
I don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it. Yeah, my voice will be heard as I tug on my husband's scarf. Yeah. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Mrs. B. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that! That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's words counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir! Jab, jab! I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't!
Duly noted, Mrs. Bate. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Mrs. Bate, nobody's questioning what you told us.
I saw it, I did. Jab, jab. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back, slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. Yeah, I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction?
Oh! Yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up in the wrong place when I've made arrangement to meet Rolly. He ever gets so cross?
Oh, and he seems to be thinking about something.
Excuse me.
Constable B, is there a problem? Rolly ... And he fell asleep. No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened to that evening is all. Exclamation mark. You mean Mrs. B lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. She was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease! But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present from our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and happenings he found in the gutter while doing his round.
Yes, all romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now! And you, my darling?
Oh, yes. Oh, but that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure on one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned, I'll like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Van Zieg, ...
What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped your bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over inside was a woman with a knife in her bag. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. I was in the dark spot when the street lights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on?
Yes, and I was back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you were reminded, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there. I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly brought me with that change from the gutter he spent so long connecting.
Van Zieg, ... By bouquet, you perhaps mean this solitary rose.
Oh, yes, that's it. You have it all along. That's the bouquet Rolly brought me for our anniversary with old bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van Zieg, where did you come by the flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garrideb household. In front of the Garrideb's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
The anniversary bouquet has been entered into the court record, a present for Patricia Beat from her husband Rolly. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood. So she stood on the Garrideb side of Briar Road, but the murder was on the other side. Then she went for the police, and when she come back, she used the bouquet as a reference. But no, wait. What I am understanding is that the body moved because it was standing in front of them to begin with, and then it fell, and then she had to run to get help while Rolly stayed to preserve or alter the crime scene to make it look like it was on the other guy's beat. But while he did that, he didn't notice the bouquet because it was off the street lamp's light. So when she come back, she remembered when she was, because of where she dropped the bouquet, she remembered that much. But because there was still light fog, she got lost when police says, "Hey, you, it's over there." So somebody moved the crime scene while we were away. And then there's still the thing about the hidden kokoro that I have no idea what this is.
But it's a symbol of our love! I want it back after you tried! Do you hear me? I want it back!
Good grief, rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat.
I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir.
Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Okay. Nothing to report?
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second.
Sorry.
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it.
I can swear that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir?
Strange, sir?
Seems altogether regular to me.
This burned copy of the line prior was originally in the Garrideb's household, so the question remains, how did it find its way to the hands of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the crime scene the entire time? Could it be a different copy, sir? It just happened to be burned? I think I read that. That book was in the lady's hands from the moment we were having the scene. So...
Well, Mr. Naruto, what do you make of all this?
Yes, the whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what actually really happened here now. Exclamation mark. The fourth book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Garrideb was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may have been armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Okay, so I'm gonna save here because I have no idea what this other thing is. So I gotta be careful not to lose too much life. Clouded Kokoro. Case has nothing to do with Mrs. Garrideb, but London Bobby is good as his word. The windows on the top floor of the Garridebs are top each casement. If anything has been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. Did leave the same go fetch him, and I trust you Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Nothing strange to report in that front. I'm gonna try the case file on that statement, see if it's good.
Objection!
No. There's clearly something odd about the last statement made by the witness.
There's clearly something odd here indeed. Your behavior, Consul.
Oh, haha, please, don't mind me.
That will be significantly easier if you will lower your hand.
I won't lower my hand until I prove my client's innocence, as long as it's quite quick. Okay, I'm gonna present something else. The bouquet.
Objection!
Oh, it was a bouquet! You claim, Constable B, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. Rolly bub bub bub.
What? What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Bates, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of the meager bouquet, it's a single sorry bloom that can be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs.
Meager!
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? Exclamation mark.
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore that on Scotland Yard's owner. But the bouquet belonged to me! It has nothing to do with the case! That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure!
No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hands. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. Maris's Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. Rubble, 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 rubble.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong!
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. We're doing all but books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh good, Mrs. Garrideb's comes around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
246 exclamation mark. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person.
Consul, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Rolly? Patricia Beat, 21, the wife of Constable Rolly Beat, who is a witness to the incident. She is relatively recently married and fiercely proud of her policeman husband. Rollyby, 23, a devoted London Bobby, witnessed the incident while taking down the street with his wife of a year, Patricia. Olive Green, age question mark. The victim of this case was found with a knife in her back. Luckily, the wound didn't prove fatal, but the woman remains unconscious in their hospital bed. I'm gonna try Rolly.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you!
What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband! No Bobby works more tirelessly for the Borough of London!
Mrs. Blake, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone has to tamper with it.
You're making it up! It's all nonsense! It's all lies! What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? Jab jab! I bet it was him! He did it!
Objection!
If that was true, Constable B would have seen him do it.
Oh! Oh!
And forgive me for bringing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Miss Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
Ah! Oh well!
Objection!
Well...
First, you make accusation about the landlord and his wife. And now, you incriminate the policeman as well. But your accusation lack one very important thing. Exclamation mark. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something.
That's right! He's right! Jab jab! But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's how! So why would he have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense!
You've offered no motive for his alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. ... Constable B has a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Consul, you have made a very circuitous accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Bates' motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the book fell, where the bouquet fell, where the victim fell. I would say where the victim fell. Because of the jurisdiction thingy. He wouldn't want it to be on his. So if he was, even if he was on duty, he says that he was, if it was on his jurisdiction, it's like, you know what, fuck that shit's gonna be the other guy's problem. I'm on a date. It's my anniversary with my wife. So I'm gonna go with the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Friar Road! We saw it happen, remember? It was right here! As if anyone didn't already know!
That's similarly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? Jump!
Rubble.
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Consul.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime already took place that evening? The pavement near in front of Mr. Natsume's lodging. Here.
Take that!
But that's...
On the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garrideb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Miss B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious me!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable B arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. During the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary!
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Ziek said it was noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it's could have been in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was the bouquet that was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. Patricia ... And that is the defense theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat? Rolly ... He's silent. I don't know if he's awake or not, because his head is tilted and we cannot see his gaze because of his bucket helmet. But let's see.
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rowley! It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, is it? Isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
Rolly ... And then he dozes off.
I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night, everything come out, everything exposed.
Exclamation mark. Van Ziek! Exclamation mark.
Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly! Order! What on earth is the meaning of all of this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Rolly ... Wishing the victims dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town.
Rolly ... I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all of this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything.
Ryunosuke ... Oh, I have a possible explanation! Exclamation mark from Van Ziek. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. Oh, I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman?
Oh, and yet, Lord Van Zeek, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far!
Exclamation mark.
I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
The warrant card.
Take that!
I realize I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that through honorable patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizen on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Bate, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes! It was our very first wedding anniversary!
Exclamation mark. From Van Zeek. Constable B had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on that one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Okay. Miss Bates put out with a law being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Rolly dot dot dot. This is the one card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that not the reason why you've moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Rolly dot dot dot.
Yes. Everything you said is all right.
Benzing dot dot dot. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh.
Exactly. To summarize, the incident naturally occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
Rolly dot dot dot.
It was the first time since I became a copper that I've ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we run over to the scene, I have every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report it to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When the crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Why here? Why does this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat Chap to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right around Meerschaum Street and then... ... Blah, blah, blah. Okay, give them instruction.
So he lied to his wife. Everybody's look at them. Fade to white. Now back to Rolly, ... Yeah, he's crying. Of course he's crying.
I'm...
Oh, now he's weeping.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Constable.
I just wanted... I just had just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rolly.
Just that one night. ...
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. Rolly ...
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did! Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement!
Judge ...
Oh, I see your meaning now.
But God got me back for my sin, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I brought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault! I should never have dropped it in such a dark place! I'm so sorry, Rolly.
Rolly ... And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the other side of the road to the other in total?
Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir, definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs and they carried them also, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand when all the others were scattered haphazardly around? I mean, oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. The 4th book's information has been updated in the court record. A book entitled Lion's Pride that was in the victim's hand when Mrs. Beat first ran over to see what had happened. Alright, so my theory is correct. The book fell first. The book fell in front. The book fell in front of the lady. Then she leaned to pick it up, and then the knife came in and stabbed her in the back, and then she dropped. Rolly ...
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There was only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it ought to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the arm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. But I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. ...
My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zeek?
Bow. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Exclamation mark. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir!
Mr. Prosecutor, sir? What will become of my Raleigh? What will happen to him?
For now, you're free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable. Sir, let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir. You mean to say?
Leave now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir! Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zeeks, is this true? ...
Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
John Garideb, age 38.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request a cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again?
My assistant made the same request earlier in order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garideb.
Me? Me? How dare it be?
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garideb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garideb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-inch casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know as to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. Dot dot dot. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrideb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Ah! Dot dot dot.
I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there is all in that regalia. Said member of the jury needed to testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No! I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Oh! Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common old garden knife. I could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that? Are you joking?
What are you saying, please, Miss Garrideb?
No, you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I had injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, is what you would think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst.
Well...
Well, Mr. Naruto?
If I have evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror.
Oh!
The prosecution does not object to defense request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zake.
I'm going to have to testify?
Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which a witness himself may not even have been aware.
Oh, dear me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrideb.
Unadulterated. Unadulterated.
And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Not. Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Rubble. This is the adjudication team. Okay, I'm gonna take a sip. This is a good moment. This is such a strange feeling. Let me bask into the music for a moment. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is John Garrideb. And I'm, I'm a juror and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify a matter in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh dear me.
Chin up, Jody. Nothing to worry about now. Oh, Mr. Garrideb is here.
Oh, I didn't know you were there, John.
Oh, just realized that his slap mark is gone. Because he was looking at us from the side, hiding the side of his face that's been hit. So does that mean that we're gonna see more? Now he's standing up. He's standing up with his cane on his left hand and his pipe on his right hand. He's looking at us straight with his crescent moon visage. It wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you're Mr. John Garrideb?
Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Okay, so he put the pipe on the teapot saucer, and then he did a salute. And he brought his medal with him. I just noticed. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberlands. That's the neighborhood. The 4th Northumberlands Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Ah, well, yes, quiet.
I believe this may represent the first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now. Your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question.
Sir, at once. Witness testimony. The Battle of Garrideb.
Yes. On the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you would have a job proving it, I think. The bent tip. I remember now, the tip of the blade has been broken. The tip is missing.
It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The evening caught us up the hop, sir, and no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemies had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whiskers from death at any moment. Are we still talking about marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origin of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such as surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Von Zieks may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Very well, Consul. Begin your cross-examination.
Cross-examination. The Battle of Garideb. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall that reason now.
Hold it!
I can. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was stuck onto the page of a book belonging to Mr. Garideb.
A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garideb found the note discovering her husband's little secret.
And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too.
What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such thing, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the remark anyway. Wide of the mark. So she's pouring herself tea.
A likely story.
These waters run very deep.
And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, oh really. Just so happens there was some bat water around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out.
A most precarious situation you put yourself in.
Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. I have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see.
The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustache Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you made.
Yes, he received a stipend for his studies, you know, for his own country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of the man?
I believe he uses all of his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Meanwhile, I was thinking of whatever I could find to throw at him.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire, as far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. Yeah, no hell on earth like a woman scorned. No, hell has no fury like a woman scorned.
That is most certainly not true of Susato Takedown, Mr. Naruto.
How did she know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? John, ...
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out
That I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge,
Jupiter.
a napkin.
You want to add something? What else did she throw?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, sir? Garideb spins the pipe around his fingers. Mr. Garideb. Don't shoot! No, sorry. Beg your pardon. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the whole thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aims are uncanny, landed directed, volley. Ah! Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is a court of law. Pouring tea into my pipe. and overflowing on purpose, burning my hand.
Oh, dearie me, ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such a thing at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, huh?
Your pipe, sir?
Yes, and this thing in my head as usual at the time of the onslaught. Oh, okay, I just noticed. There's a tape on the pipe. Like, the pipe has been broken in two and he patched it together with tape. Knocked it clean out of with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. Oh, I see, your pipe was broken. I would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. She's pouring herself some tea. Anyway, I managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Oh, you are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. It's important. Of course it's important. The defense believe that Mr. Garrideb's remark just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
This war veterans' worlds only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me, here you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
The pipe has been entered into the court record. Mr. Garrideb's pipes, apparently it fell to the floor during a domestic dispute he had with his wife and broke.
I hope you didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, you did not speak out of terms. This is not like, back in Japan, like, women were not witness brought up to testimony. I have no place. No. Okay, let's see here. One side is broken. Well, would you look at that? I didn't expect to find anything in here, but for some reason I thought, okay, if only we could find the tip of the blade that was broken, that would have proved that the knife came from this home. I didn't expect to find the tip of the blade inside of the pipe. Alright. There's a small nick out on the bowl of the pipe here. Look, it appears to have been made relatively recently.
And see if there are little scrapes and dents all over it. It's clearly a well-loved pipe.
Yes, you're right. It seems to be recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eyes though, because it's clearly new. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there.
Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade, surely. It couldn't be. Fragment of metal. This small piece of metal looks like it might be the tip of a knife blade. It was stuck inside the bowl of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garrideb's dressing gown.
I suppose it's not of considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garrideb, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing like this.
Either that, or we can't afford to replace it. Now we're gonna examine the blade itself. This is the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe.
It looked like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto?
Oh, I don't really know. There's just something niggling me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is.
Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other piece of evidence again.
Alright, there's nothing else here.
I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Sato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb. Now, if you could return to the crux of the matter, what can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I've noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. Okay, let's press. Or maybe if that body thinks the victim's back already one of ours, we'll have a job proving it, I think. Okay, so this is where I need to present the tip of a blade. So I'm just gonna press for good measure, just for cutscene purposes.
Hold it!
Sorry, would you care to elaborate? Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot. Fishing tackle. You know, that sort of thing. Oh, it's a passion to go chair. I'd like to carve little wooden trinkets too. And then there's my leather work. Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place, and we have dozens of the things. They sell them at the market sometimes. 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at meal times too, instead of the knife and fork. Now, Joe, we don't want people thinking I'm some kind of savage. Ah! Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so invasive?
I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the truth that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim.
Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still. Go on with your testimony, witnesses. Sir! Alright, this is where I present.
Objection!
Alright, I present the fragment of metal. Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the friar these days, I struggle to tell the B from a D, from a P, from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter in every other word. You must be very dozy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in the fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there.
And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that this is some way related to the matter of the stabbing on the Briar Road?
Oh, I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth to this case, my lord. Oh, I just realized that juror number 4 is standing on the soapbox so that at least her arms could be on top of the stand, because she's so small that she is just as high as the witness stand. So she's standing on the soapbox so she can be properly seen by the judge.
You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence would pair with this fragment of metal or allegedly reveal the truth in this entire case?
The jackknife.
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals use them regularly to leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones.
And what of this particular knife?
No doubt its tip has suffered similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case! Exclamation mark. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. Oh! Ah! He's grabbing his metal, his heart, I think.
Good grief, Lord Van Zink!
I don't believe it. Yeah, he's grabbing his metal, his cross. His German cross. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match!
Good golly gosh!
Rubble, 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 rubble.
Order, order, order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
Dot, dot, dot. This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle.
A miracle?
So Van Zieks has figured it out, has he?
Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh dearie me. During the argument between those two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garrideb flung his knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrideb, instead striking the pike in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Good lord!
Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrideb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh! No! Both of them says no. Wait.
Objection!
I just see the back of Mr. Garrideb's. The gown is broken and we can see his underwear. It's like he's been... The fire has been set on him as well. His gown is burned and we can see his underwear on the butt. A full-body theory, I give you that. So yeah, now Van Ziek is pouring himself another cup of red wine. I just noticed that the sticker, the label on the bottle of wine is like a Green Reaper with two sides, two golden sides. So it's like Chateau de la Mort or something. Something Greek, something grim, not Greek. Like something goth. Ryunosuke exclamation mark. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. A toast! Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, put on the stand, it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable? What?
Lord Van Zeke, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to identify?
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Oh. Then she slaps. You're right, you silly man. You silly little man. She just slapped Yaredeb, and then we see the mark, the slap mark on his face. And now it's gone. Now, Joe Nolting, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking around the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground, in a knife that struck her heart fallen from above. There's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back.
Order! Order!
Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen from her or from above, it would have struck her from the top of the head.
Well, he's lost for words. Look. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though, what really did happen.
Who was that?
The jurors were talking to each other. Since there were no fourth jury, like they were... the foreman was talking with number 2 and 3, and number 5 was talking with 6.
It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder.
If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. We were so close, I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words,
We simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand.
Mr. Zato,
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruto. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed the correct one, then the way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is here.
okay, I see the Ford book. How can I prove that she threw the book first? The second photograph, I guess. Exclamation mark. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Now he's desperately holding his head while his elbows are on the desk. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes! If the knife fell on the victims from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of the back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying?
Counsel?
There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already had the answer.
Goodness!
Utter madness!
Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence on which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. Before I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence explained how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... the fourth book or the second photo? I'm gonna try the second photo first.
Take that!
Yes! The fourth book found at the scene. Okay, so both were good. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book?
Is that not Mr. Garadev's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim is holding it in her hand. As we all know now, it was a police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true, however, as part of his testimony, Constable B made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd be able to be doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By Jingo. I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadev's household into the pavement below,
at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw! Yes, Mrs. Garadeb, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I can't really imagine it, but I suppose...
If both of them are shaking and sweating,
she might have reached down and picked the book up.
Yes, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book, and then we see a picture of her leaning down to pick up the book, exposing her back. Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, boom. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Grain, was the defendant, Mr. Sosuke Natsume.
Well, I never!
It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, He didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Ah! And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No! This was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. ... The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicion. I wonder if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Poor Mrs. Garadeb.
Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it?
Stiff upper lip.
I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book.
And I threw the knife as well. John dear. It's alright. I know. Also, I'm not a landlord, so don't call me John Deere ever again. Oh, they have that sparkly little eye.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly.
I'm sorry. She dropped the teapot and then she fainted. In his arms, and now he cannot lift her at all. He's stuck in the chair. Yeah, okay, he's not stuck in the chair, stuck in the bent position. Now he couldn't support the weight, then he fell on his ass. Oh, that was cute. That was cute. They still love each other, even though they fight.
Lord Van Zieks, what news of Mrs. Garadeb?
She's been taken to the infirmary, and it would appear that today's event had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. We shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. Oh, it's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news.
So, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Yes.
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
Ryunosuke ... Van Ziek ... Sosuke ... His eye seems to be troubled. He's crying.
No, it is me who should be begging your pardon.
Oh no, Mr. Natsume.
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? I thought she had been killed too. He thought she had been killed too.
Oh, I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. Sosuke ...
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me.
Poor Sosuke-san. His imagination really has got the better of him.
Yes, poor man.
So where it happened? Oh, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Suski ... Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry.
Oh, Garridem's taking Jones' place as the 4th juror.
One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both.
Oh!
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, my lord.
In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decision regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. Yeah, all their seats are white now.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Now Garridem's seat is back to red, since are sitting in front of the old being while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? It's about time!
I say I have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I?
He's still black. Everybody is white except from Garridem, who is red because he hasn't voted yet. And from the old testimony, the old fart voted black. Voted guilty.
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Yes.
Not guilty.
Yes.
Not guilty.
Yes.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yeah.
Not guilty.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yay!
Very well, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. I hereby pronounce you, wait for it, not guilty! 6 fireworks! Yay! And finally, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, yes, Lord, sir.
You are now a free man once more. It is in my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in the courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned.
20th of February, 3:17 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
Oh, Locum!
Ryunosuke. What, you mean May?
Of course!
Is there another Locum here?
Is there even one?
Compared to the original Locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire, your name has begun rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name?
Oh!
Oh, at last, I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Handy, hearty, happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I am pleased! Mr. Natsume is delighted!
Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. Oh, I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that. Lovely, loyal, locum lawyer. Yes? Soski ... I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners, I see towering brick buildings. And from my high-up windows, I see them looking down on me, looking, laughing. Oh, look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you lookum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born." Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. Who's that? Oh, fuck, it's Sherlock Holmes. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning, Oh,
Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
See, I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh!
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. Oh my god, you totally missed the whole trial. Oh, it's just finished. What? No, then my haste was in vain.
Oh, it's you. Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters has taken place in the gloom, either your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place a curious face in the light. Charming.
This is all your fault, Sherlock Holmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind.
My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. Soski ... He's doing his pose, but now he cannot move, he cannot think. And his look on his eyes seems like he's facing death once again. I do feel very badly about how I behave. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Soski ... Nothing. Priceless! Oh, I'm so sorry, really, but... that was quite priceless. Poor Soski-san. Still, on the bright side, you have an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm looking behind my back, adjusting my mustache. I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're not found guilty, even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed.
It will be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you! Hiya!
Hey, don't throw me on the ground.
With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Like this one.
Ow. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. Fade to black. And fade in, back up. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experience to your friend back in Japan. Soski ...
Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh!
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I have visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here in the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
Oh, that's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps that's veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world, escape the terror of the Reaper's curse?
That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
I see. A work of literature by Soski-san. Could be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry, what about us?
Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot?
Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are not accommodated in your hotel at present, are you not?
Oh shit, are we gonna live with him? No! Anything but that! Anything but that! Because usually 221C is always available for some reason. We're not gonna... Please let us not live in 221C. We heard the rent is too high. Too damn high.
That's right. But we need to find lodgings.
Oh yeah, we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
Oh, I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before the entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? Let me think about that. Oh, but what it lacks in windows, it's more than makes up for the floor, ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to live behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit?
Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's infallible wake-up call.
Oh, you mean the cat? Yeah, it's just a stupid Mickey. Don't mind him.
We'll think about it if that's alright.
Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it's up in the attic, I might add. Oh, okay. We're gonna live on the attic of 221B. Usually this is where Herlock does his training or his experiments when he needs a larger area, if it's not the roof. I remember in the Elementary series, that's where he keeps his bees. Because okay, that guy rents a room, but his hobby is beekeeping.
Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of the price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the Great Detective's office. This attic! I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist.
I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes!
Wonderful! Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy.
Locum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. Well, it's a shame we're going to have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan.
But Locum,
We'll meet again one day.
yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author.
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruto?
Well, yes, Mr. Sholmes.
Flick his hat. I've little doubt Mr. Matsume will be released in time for his dinner this evening.
And so, with Sosuke-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street's attic. '20th of February, 4:41 p.m., the attic room. Okay, it's kind of dark. Oh, there's a stove in the attic, in the chimney. And there's a little room, some appliances. Yeah, it's mainly for storage. I see boxes, I see shelves, empty shelves. There's are those onions that's suspended or something? And then there's some lighting. There's a lamp. There's only one window. Like there are stairs. There's a door. I think that goes to the roof. There is a one window near the door and one lamp, one lantern in the middle of the ceiling. So it's not half bad, I would say. And to the left, I see appliances like shovels, a folded rug and a mop, another carpet, and yeah. So this
Is to be our new office, yes.
or office, I rather like the sound of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I would like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
So, my dear fellows, do you like the place?
Oh, now we see him in his inside clothes. Basically, he's not wearing his coat, he's not wearing his cap. He has this nice smoky shaped hair. He looks more handsome like that. He still have his gun, but and his goggles around his neck. But yeah, I kind of dig the look. Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Pipe. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate.
Iris, you must let me help you.
All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad.
Oh, splendid.
So, Mr. Naruto, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital?
It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us.
Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
Sorry?
London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of light casts the darkest of shadows.
Shadows? What do you mean?
Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruto bows. Welcome to London.
Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke, but it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it.
The end. Landed in London. I got another trophy. Save your current progress. Yes, please. Okay, the next part is chapter 5, The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story.
We've never figured out what the Clouded Kokoro is.
Clouded Kokoro. That must be the corner street, the Briar Road. The Clouded Kokoro, because yeah. So now the adventure of the unspeakable story. I wonder what it is. Save complete. The adventure of the unspeakable story, the hound of the Baskervilles. A hound it was, but not much a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glows with a smoldering glaze. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white hot flames. So yeah, this is like the famous case, the famous story that has many rendition in movie at the very least. The Hound of the Baskervilles. So right now we're not gonna continue, but I need to check. Let me check on something. Because there is a new person we could raid. I want to see if it's near the end. Because usually when they stream, they don't stream for a long time. And it's basically, yeah, it's a learning, basically it's like, she's learning Japanese and she shows that at the same time as everything. So can we raid her, or maybe because I don't feel that much tired. I want to return to the title screen. Yes, a little thing I want to do before we end, since we finished chapter 4, I wanted to complete at least escapade number 3, the British Supreme Court, which is this escapade takes place as Ryunosuke and Susato visit Lord Strongheart to report on the outcome of Mr. Natsume's trial. They find the flustered Inspector Gregson attempted to solve a very taxing problem before time runs out. Before his time runs out. Okay. Now we have the Shome Suite. Now we have Escapade in Naruto's legal consent. Okay. So episode 5 talks about when Ryunosuke officially settled himself in the attic. So now we see
the desk has been filled. So I believe we have room for 2 episodes, episode 3 and episode 4. So are we gonna do both of them today, or we're gonna keep ourselves one for tomorrow? I don't know. We'll see how long the escapades are. If we have time for one more, we'll do it. So let's go. At the British Supreme Court. Escapade number 3. February 9:17 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, here we are again.
Every time we visit here, the atmosphere in this place seems to get more and more overbearing.
Just think, we could be at home with Mr. Sholmes and Iris having a nice, cozy breakfast. But we have a duty
to report the outcome of the case, especially since we're guests here in Britain. So I'm afraid this visit could not have been avoided.
I suppose not. But is there even anyone here? You could hear a pin drop in this place. It's too solemn for its own good. Let me take a drink.
It is very quiet, isn't it? The only sound is the ticking of the great clock as it keeps perfect time.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter. Somebody is walking. Dot dot dot.
What was that, I wonder? The usual comforting sound of the clock seems to have been joined by a less comforting shuffling sound today.
You're right. Something's disturbing the rhythmical ticking. It sounds rather like an unfit middle-aged man running from pillar to post clumsily.
Who are you calling unfit?
Yeah, it's Gregson. Gregson just came in. Oh, Inspector Gregson, what are you doing here? Crushing his fish and chip.
What am I? Isn't it flaming obvious?
58 seconds remaining, Inspector.
We have to talk later, sunshine.
Good morning, Lord Strongheart.
Wow, he's really looking fiercely at his pocket watch today. And good morning to you, business so early in the day. Oh, yes. Well, I mean, it's about the other day.
We are to deliver a report, Lord Strongheart, as our dealings with Mr. Natsume are now over.
Yes, the little Japanese man. I've already cast my eyes over Van Zeek's report. I must say, the outcome surprised me. I thank you for a job well done.
You are too kind, my lord.
It's not here! It's not there! It's not over there either!
I hope you don't mind me asking, but what exactly is the inspector doing? He's been herring around between the bookshelves, looking beside himself with worry. Oh, he's looking for particular work, The Lion's Pride. Now there's an all too familiar title. I'd heard it was a popular tale, so I obtained a copy from the rental library. However, it wasn't able to maintain my interest, so I soon cast it aside. I happened to notice a vacant spot on one of my shelves at the time, so I duly stowed the book there. Unfortunately, I no longer remember where that was.
No, not here, not here, not here either. Come on! Where are your lyings hiding?
The book is due back today, so I asked Gregson to locate it for me with his investigating prowess. Inside 5 minutes.
I must say, I've never seen anyone working so hard to find something. He's like a man possessed.
Ah, yes, that's because his month's salary is staked upon the outcome. At whose instigation? Let me guess, this stony-faced lord. And the 5 minutes time limit, what's the significance of that? Oh, there is none. Just my vulgar, mischievous spirit showing itself, I'm afraid.
Oh, by your own admission.
Yeah! I can't! My feet are killing me!
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up, Inspector.
Gah!
Which means that next month you will work unpaid and have no days off.
No days off.
Pigeons. It's like Gregson is like the gumshoe of the game. I was like, there's no difference, there's no resemblance besides the job that they have. No, they're being abused by superior beautiful men of power, and they're like, yeah, your salary's been cut, yeah, no paid. So there really are just so many books here, it's overwhelming. For some, perhaps, I've purchased every book, new or old, on the subject of law from all over the globe.
Wouldn't have believed it a few short decades ago. A place like this couldn't have existed.
What do you mean, Inspector?
When I was a lad, no one ever dreamed of buying books.
Oh, I see. Western books are such luxury item, I suppose, with their leather covers and fancy bindings.
No, that's not it.
Oh.
There was a tax on paper, you say?
On paper?
Yeah, I mean, it was abolished about 30 years back now, but it used to be the case. There was a tax levied on any kind of paper. So obviously that meant most folks couldn't afford to buy any books at all.
Ah, so this is why places like the rental library you mentioned before came to existence, Lord Shorehard?
Indeed. Vestiges of the paper tax system, you could say. The general public consider books as items for hire. London is home to a vast lending library of some 3.5 million books.
Couldn't hope to read all of that even if you reincarnated 10,000 times.
Even I would choose to rent a book rather than purchase it if I knew I would read it infrequently. The subject of tax has actually surprised us already the last few days. It came up in Mr. Natsume's trial. It seems that the window in this room was filled in due to some kind of window tax. That would be true. Fortunately, the window tax was abolished here some 40 years ago. Sadly, in the East End in particular, many windowless houses remain.
Britain's always has a bit of having it for taxing stuff. Whatever they can tax, they tax. Sugar, salt, tea, coffee, you name it. Candles, beards.
Wait, sorry? What was that last one? Did you say beards?
Yep, the beard tax. Never heard of it?
Never! Why would people have to pay money just because they let their facial hair grow?
You may well ask. Suppose it's because it makes them look self-important.
Oh, the Naruhodos will have a strict family policy of no facial hair, I think. You can relax. The beard tax was confined to the annals of history long ago. Even so, it's clearly something the British really love. Paying taxes, I mean.
Pay them? You've got them back to front, sunshine.
But you can't deny that you had a lot of funny taxes over the years. You never find anything like that in Japan. Would you, Miss Susato?
Dot.
She's looking through some books.
In actual fact, I'm afraid to say that you would, Mr. Naruto.
What? What? No, you don't mean surely there's never been a window tax in Japan.
Oh no, but there have been similar obscure taxes. For example, in the Edo period, there was a frontage tax.
What was that?
It was a tax not on windows, but on the entrance to properties. The larger a property's entrance was, the greater the tax that was levied on it. Even today, some mansions survive with extremely narrow entrance due to that old form of taxation.
I had no idea.
So you Japanese are as twisted as us Brits.
But we never had that. We never had a beer tax. I mean, that's really going a step too far.
Well, no, that's true. I'm not aware of any taxes for beer, at least.
What do you mean, at least?
Well, rather than tax them, the shogunate had once prohibited them outright.
The ruling class prohibited beards?
It was called the Great Beard Prohibition. It was an Edo periodic.
But why did the powers that be want to ban beards? Oh. Now he's eating. I need to eat. I need to eat chips. Okay.
Because it makes people look self-important. Because it makes people look self-important. Just an idea.
I cannot follow his pace. He eats way too fast.
It seems that rulers in the East and the West have very similar ideas over the years. There have been other unusual taxes in our history, even in our current Meiji period.
There have?
For example, though it was before either of us were born, there was a rabbit tax.
There was a tax on those adorable fluffy creatures, like the ones who makes mochi sweets on the moon.
Yes, and it was an extremely large tax too. The government demanded extraordinary sums of money.
This just gets stranger and stranger. What was the reason for that bizarre tax then?
Well, after Japan opened its door to the world, there was an unprecedented rabbit boom in the Meiji capital.
A boom?
Yes, keeping rabbits became large, hugely popular, and new species were traded at exorbitant prices. People were even swindled out of the money for exotically colored rabbits.
Like colored chicks, I suppose.
Hard to imagine though. Rabbits are so timid and quiet. Well, I thought one could bankrupt you. When I thought one could bankrupt you.
So in response to this warring social vogue, the government imposed a rabbit tax.
Or I suppose they couldn't just ignore the problem.
And it worked, because the rabbit boom came to an abrupt end. 6 years later, the tax was abolished.
Well, I hate to say this about my own country, but Japan is strange.
But there's more after the rabbit tax was abolished then, of course. Society reacted by launching straight into a second rabbit boom.
Oh dear. The government didn't take that one through, did they? Your ideas about the world are very much altered by the position you hold in society. If you are responsible for the running of the country, you will feed the need to raise revenue keenly.
Without a stable taxation system, the whole country would go down the drain.
Well, yes, I suppose so, but some of these taxes... That's precisely why ministers of state use their wiles to invent new and novel ways of taxing the public. Novel ways? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, if you were one of my country's statesmen. Me? A British statesman? Yes. What novel tax would you impose? Pray give us something truly original. Inside 5 seconds. What? Oh,
Think of something that everyone uses, Mr. Naruhodo, and really squeeze everybody of the population.
that's what the instant stared. I'm very glad that Susato-san isn't in charge. Your time is up. So, what's your answer? Maybe? Yeah, what about air? An air tax, you say? Yeah, the more you breathe, the more you pay.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, a truly novel and fiendish idea.
Well, everyone has to breathe, so while the population is inhaling air, my government is inhaling money. Blimey, you're a tyrant at heart, eh? A somewhat radical solution to a country's revenue problems, but sadly not an original one. No, you mean to say?
Surely not. You mean the tax on air has been imposed in the past?
It was last century the finance minister of our neighbor France proposed it. France made a tax on air. What? If I ever go for a visit, I'm holding my breath. Unsurprisingly, it was strongly opposed by the public and soon scrapped. The minister didn't last long either.
Oh dear, although clearly that would have been an untenable situation.
The public at large are forced to be reckoned with. Don't I know it?
How about you, Inspector? What new tax will you impose?
Let me see. My first thought is a tax on objections. Sorry. Been having far too many of them recently in court. There's a particular lawyer I have in mind, as it happens. So I think an objection tax could be very handy. Good you see you don't allow your pencil of feuds to influence your work in public office. I reckon 5 pence for every objection raised would be about right. A most amusing proposal, Rickson. A most unamusing proposal, my lord. He feels targeted. All right, so adjusting my clock. Well then, I think it's your turn now. Sorry, my turn for what? Why, what else? To locate my missing copy of The Lion's Pride. Oh, it's on one of the shelves in this room. Of that I am certain. Now I shall give you 10 minutes. And let's stake your student stipend on it, Fail to find the book and you forfeit next month's payment. Objection! Your time starts now. Oh, and one more thing. I believe you just said the word objection. Kindly leave your 5 pence over here before you begin combing the shelves. This tax is going to be the death of me. Okay. That was funny, and we have time for one more. So in Shom's suite. So this is the night of March, 8:23 p.m. Shom's suite. I hope I'm not gonna spoil the chapter 5 on that, am I? I hope not. Okay, so now...
Good morning, Iris. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, morning, Susie. I'll get breakfast on the table for us all.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, morning.
Come now, why the long face?
Oh, sorry. The thing is, I just had a rather strange envelope posted under my door this morning. With some rather strange things inside.
What strange things? Oh, what is it, Bruno? Do I catch a scent of a mystery in the air?
Well, nothing so exciting, I'm afraid, Iris. It was just 5 orange pips. I can't imagine what it could possibly...
What? Orange pips, Mr. Naruhodo? And 5 of them?
What's the matter with you? That's a bit of an overreaction, isn't it?
An overreaction? Mr. Naruhodo, you don't understand. It's a warning, a notice from an imminent danger to your life.
What? To my life? What's the meaning of all this, Mr. Sholmes?
My dear fellow, why do you make such an inquiry of me?
Because the name of the sender was written on the envelope, and it was yours.
Oh! You're right, Bruno. It says sent by Sholmes, envoy of hell.
So my little ploy has been exposed. Well, so be it. Cast your mind back, if you will, Mr. Naruhodo, to the time of our dining last night.
Oh yes, Mr. Zato cooked Japanese food for us.
Indeed. In particular, you may recall the final norimaki sushi roll that I was about to savor. That is, before you swooped in with your clacking chopstick and filched it from under my nose.
Oh, I assume because you left it that you didn't want it.
I ain't left it, my dear fellow, because I planned to enjoy it as my very last mouthful. Surely you have noted my intent by the subtle dilation of my right pupil.
Perhaps a clearer sign would be helpful next time. Just an idea.
In summary, the post you received earlier is a notice of impending revenge. You should be quaking in your boots.
Really? Because I went straight out into the garden and planted them, and I'm hopeful we may grow some exotic fruit.
There's no point sending a notice of impending revenge if the person you sent it to doesn't know what it is.
Well, I knew, of course, because I've read this book, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. On sale now in all major London bookshop and receiving rare reviews. What does it say? Sigis Giotto? Regret Biblio. I don't know what it says. Oh yes, of course, it's finally being published, hasn't it? I hear it's selling very well.
It is! 12 short stories in 1 volume. I've earned a lifetime spending money already.
And it has further bolstered my name. In fact, only the other day a Bohemian king sought to engage my services.
Really? That's extraordinary.
Of course, the gentleman persisted with some pretense about being a fishmonger for the duration. But only a fool would presume to be able to deceive my eyes with such a charade.
So how did you know that he was a king then?
Why, there is no mystery, my dear fellow. A distinct smell of fish accompanied by the man's lowly apparel. And though he tried to hide it, the left side of his mustache quivered in quite a manifest manner.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes! That's simply brilliant!
Having neatly resolved the case for the man, I was sent a quantity of fresh cod as a mark of his appreciation.
I think perhaps you shouldn't discount the possibility that he actually was a fishmonger. Iris, ...
Is that? Can anyone else smell burning?
Oh yes, you're right, and look, smoke! Or I think maybe...
Fire! Fire! There's a fire, everyone!
Really? A fire?
You must all leave at once, everyone out the building!
No, wait, I have to go back to my room first.
Are you deranged? If you're not asphyxiated by the smoke, the flames will burn you to death!
But my Daruma doll, I can't let my Daruma burn. It means too much. Oh, drat, sorry, but I'm going to make a dash for it upstairs.
Oh, Bruno, you're so funny.
Okay, I see to the right there's a tea set. Okay, now we see a typewriter. I see a pink chair with a harp shade cushion and leg rest, a tea set. So this must be Iris's part of the room.
This is
no time for joke, Iris. Go quickly, get out of here.
But there is no fire. Is there, Hurley?
Huh?
Ah, what a delight to see that ploy enacted in the flesh. I wouldn't have dared to dream it to be so lucky. I wouldn't have dared to dream I should be so lucky.
Mr. Zato? Indeed, it was a ploy, a devilment engineered by my puckish spirit. It was all a trick, but why? It was a simple experiment of the mind, Mr. Naruhodo. When his life is threatened, a fellow is compelled instinctively to protect that property to which he attaches matching importance.
And after your own life, Bruno, the most important thing to you seems to be your Dharma doll.
Let's not dwell on that, shall we, Horace? So you knew all that long, Mr. Zato, that it was a trick?
Yes, of course, the very ploy described in this book. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. On sale now in all major London bookshop and receiving rave reviews.
Not again! I have used that device quite satisfactorily in the past to solve a case.
Oh yes, it was a great success, wasn't it? But then it became something of a habit, didn't it? You started yelling fire at every crime scene. In the end, people started to pay no attention to you at all.
Yes, that's true. There was a time when I was known as the Sholmes who cried wolf. I think there's a lesson to be learned in there somewhere. But sadly, my little ploy failed to yield results this time. Iris was utterly unmoved.
What do you mean?
Well, I was anticipating that Iris would immediately expose her secret hiding place. The location of the nest egg she must have cached be somewhere in this room.
Nest egg? You think Iris has some secret savings?
Why, naturally, the book is selling like hotcakes after all. It is a simple deduction, indeed, to conclude that the profits must be concealed here within these walls.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you in need of money? I bet I know what it is. It's that new microscope that's going on sale, isn't it, Hurley?
What else? I have such a strong desire to own one, yet my purse is £1 to a light. And as no offer of a loan has been forthcoming, I have been forced to resort to an alternative stratagem.
Hehe, sorry, Hurley, but I'm not falling for that. Not coming from the Sholmes who cried wolf.
Arg, how vexing. You really shouldn't be trying to steal a 10-year-old savings, you know.
My book is full of little tricks like that, you see. The armories of the great detective.
Except that in this case, both the orange pips and the fake fire felt a little flat, didn't they? Oh, I have plenty more tricks up my sleeve. Take, for example, the case of the Boscombe Valley mystery. I'm already filled with dread, just from the title. It is a tale of extraordinary skill on the part of the great detective, the skill of tracking. Tracking? When I arrived at the scene of the crime in the eponymous valley, there were footprints everywhere. But my eyes were immediately drawn to one set in particular.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, your detective instincts are truly remarkable!
As you know, my dear madam, no detail, no matter how small, escaped the scrutiny of these eyes. So I tracked my quarry, following the trail of his footprints all the way to the man's place of residence.
Oh, it led you directly to the culprit's house? What a triumph!
You may misunderstand. It led me directly to my own house, my dear fellow.
Huh? For the footprints were in the final analysis, those made by my own shoes.
Hurley had left there from Buscombe Valley as soon as he received the telegram about the case, you see. And then he followed his own trail straight back here to Baker Street.
Ah. Now, Iris, please. You make it sound almost humdrum. But I assure you, it is no easy feat. Tracking of this nature is a skill possessed only by the great Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, you're right, it really is extraordinary.
Quite so, extraordinary is a word, and let it be the last on the subject. Anyway, needless to say, I subsequently went on to resolve the case with various other deductions.
Oh yes, it's the various other deductions that I'm interested in.
Ah, well, you shall have to read the book then. I'm sure Iris has penned it with her usual flourish.
Oh, absolutely. I've put an ingenious spin on the great detective exploit.
Oh, it must have been ingenious to make this man sound even remotely credible as a detective.
Wait, is that... Does it smell like something's burning again?
We've had enough devilment for one day, Mr. Sholmes. Put your pocket spirit to bed.
I assure you, this has nothing to do with me or my spirit.
What?
Oh no! The smoke is getting thicker!
You mean it's not a trick this time? There really is a...
Fire! Fire! There's a fire, everyone!
Ah!
Mr. Zato, where are you going?
Stand aside, Mr. Naruto!
Oh, easy, Mr. Sholmes. What are you...
Smash!
Mr. Sholmes? Why did you just chuck that bust of Napoleon on the floor? Oh, look at that! In amongst all the broken porcelain. Coins! Sovereigns, in fact! Worth a whole pound each!
Come, everyone, we must leave at once. Evacuate the building.
Iris, ...
Hehehe, you fell for it, Hurley. Hook, line, and sinker.
Wait.
What, you mean Iris?
I certainly would have guessed that's where you'd hidden it.
Do you mean to say that this smoke was...
My own pocket spirit needs to come out and play sometimes, do you know?
What?
Ah, of course I know what it is, Iris. It's that indoor herb garden that went on sale last week, isn't it? That's what you're after.
I want one so desperately, but I'm 4 pounds short. And even though you told me you didn't have any money to spare before, I knew you had a secret nest egg somewhere in this room.
Ah, you outwitted me again.
Wait. Wait. Sholmes is 1 pound short of his savings, but he had it inside a Napoleon bust. She has a lot of money, but she needs 4 pounds for herbs, and she plans to steal from Sherlock, who has less money than her, and she's not gonna get punished because she's a 10-year-old. What the fuck, Japan? What the fuck, Japan? You really shouldn't let yourself be outwitted by a 10-year-old child, you know?
So, thank you for the loan, Hurley! Oh, but wait!
What's the matter?
Where's Susie? She's disappeared.
Oh yes, that's right. She ran up the stairs before, didn't she?
Oh, what are you still doing in here? We have to evacuate. It won't be long before the fire is...
Sholmes, Iris,
Oh. Sorry, Susie. Children will get up to mischief once in a while, you know. But it's all perfectly harmless.
Harmless, maybe, but also devious. Oh
well, at least nobody was hurt.
Apart from Napoleon and my secret hoard. Now tell us, Mr. Zato, what is it that you went to fleet-footedly to fetch?
Sorry? Oh, no, nothing. This is just... No, this is nothing. Susie, that's your notebook detailing all of Rudo's trial, isn't it? It's bulging at the seams.
what?
Ah, a testament to the various people you've helped over the past month.
Mr. Zato,
Well, I am your judicial assistant, after all. I would do anything to ensure the safety of these records. Even risk my life, it's necessary. I mean, it's very important to me. It's like a diary of everything we've achieved together.
Oh, Minosuke ... Oh, I'm gonna go teary-eyed now.
Yes. In stark contrast to a certain someone who would have fetched his Daruma doll, I must say.